Hello, good morning. Can you all hear? Good, good. Okay, gives me a moment to get set up here. How are you this week? Great. Running a little late this morning. Didn't have time to prepare, I wish. What was his name?
Brian Morris.
Uncle Brian. He would welcome this, yeah?
He was.
He was kind of open-minded guy like the rest of your family, I think.
He was.
Very good.
Well.
Very good. Well, very good. Good morning. Let me push one button here. Welcome already our February Zazenkai. It's a brisk morning here in Scuba. John is here. Hi, John.
Hi.
Today, John asked a special dedication for his Uncle Brian.
Thank you.
Who seems to be the kind of guy who would have appreciated it.
He was.
Yes, but he has left our visible world, as I like to say. We'll dedicate to him. Our theme today is something we recite all the time, but I look back, I don't think I've ever really talked about it in all these years, our dedication. What's that all about? So we're going to focus on that. And really a lot of beautiful things in there that we kind of pass over, don't give much consideration. So we will be with that later today. In the meantime, we are all good to go. We will now have our ceremony where you will hear our dedication. And are we all ready, Bjorn? Very good. Well, let's do it all together. If you've been here before, you know what to do. And if it's your first time, just follow along. Very good.
Makahanya Haramita Shinyo Kanji Zaibo Satsu Gyojin Anya Aramita Jisho Kengo Ankai Kudo Isai Kuyaku Sharishi Shikifu Iku Kufu Ishiki Shiki Shokuze Kuku Sokuze Shiki Jusogyo Shiki Yakubo no Yojesha Rishi Zeisho Oku Sofu Shofu Matsu Fukufu Jofu Zofu Genze Koku Chumu Shikimu Jusogyo Shikimu Gendibe Zeishindi Mushiki Shokomi Soku Homu Gendai Naishi Mui Shiki Kai Mu Mumyo Yakumu Mumyo Jindai Shimuro Shiki Yakumuro Shijin Mukushu Matsudomu Chiyakumu Tokuhimu Shodoko Hodai Satta Ehanya Aramita Koshi Mukege Mukege Komu Fufu Onri Isai Tendo Muso Kugyone Han Zeisho Butsu Ehanya Aramita Kotoku Anokuta Rasan Yakusan Odaiko Chihanya Haramita Zeidai Jinshu Zeidai Myoshu Zemu Joshu Zemu Toto Shuno Jo Isai Kushinjitsu Fuko Kosetsu Hanya Hara Mita Shu Sokusetsu Shu Watsu Gyate Gyate Hara Gyate Haretsu Gyate Bodhi Soaka Anya Shingyo. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed east, west, and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull. In the way there is no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field intermingle as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places and expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and the sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light. Do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is, make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive in this subtle manner. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, honored one, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, honored one, Soji Keizan, honored one, all successive honored ones up until Zuikaku Rempo, honored one, and Gudo Wafu, honored one, and to all other honored ones throughout history, same yet diverse honored ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene throughout all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Mahaprajna, Paramita.
Zazen?
Actually,
You like it?
yeah,
Andrew's not. Go on here. That's it.
there's a bit of distance between me and the heat. It's not really great. The proximity to the heat is probably suboptimal. All right.
Kinhin? Zazen? Kinhin.
I'm warm. That's it.
No. remove this map and put it
Say what?
just the kind of sideways.
I see, like this.
Yeah.
How about this?
No.
This way.
Bring it up there.
Okay.
This table on. I'm a little immobile today.
And
Just on the corner. Yeah, facing the screen. Yeah, that's fine.
okay.
Thank you. We will have a little talk. Make yourself comfortable, John. Have some tea.
Oh, thank you.
You can sit Zazen during the talk. That's what I would recommend. That's what I usually do. Or have some tea. Stand on your head, as I like to say. Anything except check your phone and such. We're back in the 13th century, folks. They didn't have phones to check. Oh, thank you. I'm a double dipper. I'll have my tea and my coffee.
Wow.
Thank you. I'm a little stiff today in my old man kind of way, so it may take me a second to get down here. John, you catch me if I...
Yes, I'm doing like a spotter.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let gravity do the work. Okay. I believe Nenge is our Ino today. Is that correct, Bjorn? Is he doing the verse to open the sutra for us? No, you are going to?
Yeah.
All right.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Lovely. Well, so good to have you all here. Today we're going to look at something that I've recited each and every Zazenkai for the last, what are we now, 17 years? Something, it's getting close. And as far as I can see, I never actually spoke about this before. Maybe I did a while back and I just can't find it, but it's one of those things that we do and maybe we don't really look at it or consider it closely. Zen is about sometimes doing things without thought, but it's not about being thoughtless. And sometimes we do things during the day and we just pass on through, rush on through. So much of our Zen practice is about letting us stop and consider for a moment that even the simplest things are sacred, you know. And when I get up in the morning, I switch on the coffee maker. I'm having my coffee and my tea here. But you know, now, since I'm practicing Zen, I give a little bow to that coffee maker and make it a little ritual. It's not exactly the tea ceremony, it's the coffee ceremony for me. But I try to do it with a little extra grace with my hand and pouring the water, not just rushing. Well, this ceremony that we do is also something that's more obviously supposed to be sacred, but we can rush through it, not give it much thought. So I thought for today we would really look at the words and what we're reciting each time. It has a lovely name, one of those chance names that just happens to also resound, echo with English. This is called an echo, the dedication of merit, which sounds exactly, pretty much, you agree, John? Echo.
Precisely.
Yeah. And the meaning also happens to be very close because the two kanji basically means something like the effects, and it's talking about the effects. The effects go around and come back and face forward and go around. That's what it means. Something like circulate. And that's kind of like what an echo is, right? The vibrations that go back and forth and resound and go out, right? That's what the echo is. Now, this is usually called a dedication of merit. And I changed the name a little here to a dedication of our hopes and aspirations. And that's kind of my way of, how to say, updating things a little bit for my own heart. But let me explain why I did that again. You know, in Mahayana Buddhism, well, you have karma, of course. You know, you do bad things and bad things are going to happen to you. Maybe not this life, maybe a few lives down the road, but you got to pay that debt. And if you do good things, that also comes back to you. But somewhere in the Mahayana, maybe earlier in even Indian Buddhism, the idea said that came up, oh, if I do all these good things and I want to help someone, can I give them my good karma? And the idea came up with, sure, you can donate your good karma to others. That's the dedication. You donate, we're giving our karma away to the world, to sometimes it's someone particular. Today, we're sitting in memory of John's Uncle Brian, who has passed. And in traditional Buddhism, we would be dedicating today to Brian. May he have a good rebirth. You know, we're giving our karma away. And it's a lovely, lovely thing, because Mahayana is supposed to be always about not just selfishly helping ourselves, but giving. Now, there is a little, kind of say, wonderful accounting trick here in the bank account of karma. Giving your karma is a good act for which you earn more good karma. So talk about the big cosmic win-win. You give away your karma, and because you gave it away, you get good karma. Everybody's happy. It's a lovely thing. So I believe in karma. I believe the acts we do have effects. Now, you know me, I'm a little, how to say, ambiguous about whether that's literally going to mean in 5 lives from now you're going to be reborn in heaven as a diva living in a palace. How to say, sorry, no written guarantees here of that. I'm sorry. I leave that to itself. If it is so, inshallah, may it be so. Oh, that's the other religion. Sorry, I got confused. I thought, anyway, may it be so. But our good things and our generosity certainly has effects that resound and vibrate in the world. Right now, if I yelled at, let's say, Ross here, Ross, that's an ugly shirt. He'd go, what? What? No, it's a fine shirt. But see, what I do resounds across, I just crossed the Sea of Japan to China and impacted Ross and left him with a bad feeling for a moment. Well, if I do something good, Ross, you're a heck of a nice guy, also has effects. Hopefully, sitting here is having effects to bring a little beauty and peace into the world. First, hopefully for all of you, but maybe then you go out with the effects of this, and you pass it on in your family, your neighborhood, your town, and it has effects that resound out. So what we're doing here has effects, good effects, I hope. And this ceremony, we dedicate it to our hopes and aspirations for the good effects this has. That to me is karma. What happens 5 years down the road, 5 years, I mean 5 lives, fine. But right now, let this have good effects. Okay? So that is how I believe in the echo we are reciting. Now, I posted a little bit about that, a definition. If you look on our tree leaf page, you will see some things that Sotoshu wrote about that, about how we can dedicate it to our ancestors, we can dedicate it to our friends, we can dedicate it to our whole world. So let's look at what we're dedicating. First, it begins, Buddha nature pervades the whole universe. Reality, notice I put a comma after the reality, existing right here now. This to me is the most basic teaching of Buddhism, or Zen, I should say, our greatest wisdom, which is Buddha nature pervades everywhere. Now we call Buddhism, what do we call this? Everywhere, the whole universe, that's Buddha nature. You can call it Buddha, you can call it, Buddha with a big B. Some people might use the God word if they wish. The wise will say nothing at all. I like to call it the great wholeness of it all, where all the separation, the division is, the great, it's one of those days, we have a blue sky with not a cloud in it. Perfect. The wide blue sky, the wholeness, whatever you want to call it, or don't call it anything at all. And this is existing right here now in what we're doing. It's existing as this teacup. It's existing as Ross's shirt. It's existing as Ross. It's existing as the tree I'm looking at outside, the tree in the garden. But that's a joke. I literally have a tree in the garden. That's a koan reference for you guys. What is the meaning of Buddhism, the tree in the garden? Here it is. It is. It is existing right here now. All of the great whatever is in every little thing. Reality is that pivot point. The reality is both the whole and each individual thing. But in ignorance, we get lost in the individual things and we don't realize how sacred and whole it all is. We only see the broken pieces. So it starts off with that most basic teaching. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe. Reality existing right here, now, in everything, each thing, each being. In reciting the Heart of the Perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra, and today also the Identity of Relative and Absolute, I have it, we dedicate the merit to, is usually the language. We dedicate the merit, that karmic, we dedicate the karma, the good karma to, but I put, we dedicate our sincere efforts to. And then we're basically dedicating first to our lineage. Shakyamuni Buddha, honored one. The historical Buddha and teacher. The founder in India, though in our line we think that he was not the first Buddha necessarily. It kind of goes on infinitely into the past. But we have to start somewhere, so we start with Shakyamuni. And if you went to a Soto temple, as we do each year during our Rohat session, they would go through all the line of all the ancestors. I keep forgetting what generation I am. I think, what am I beyond? I'm thinking 93, 94, I don't know. I'm supposedly not, number 93, and you got to go through the other 92 guys, right? But we kind of abbreviate here a little. So we go, Shakyamuni honored one, yada, yada, yada. Well, that's, we don't say yada, 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 but you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera. And to those ancestral teachers, we have Bodhidharma, we have Wei Nung, of course, they get special mention, but we even just jump right ahead to Eihei Dogen, who brought Soto to Japan. Then in Soto Shu, for various reasons, we also honor the third ancestor, Keizan, as our other founder. They're the twin founders. And if you look even on the traditional, there's a scroll, very traditional in Soto Shu, that has Buddha in the middle, and Dogen, I think, is sitting on the, I may get this wrong, on the left side. No, Dogen's on the right side? Dogen's on the right. And Keizan's on the left, right? The right-hand man, the left hand, and they're the twin founders. And I used to think, you know, my teacher, Nishijima, was a Dogen guy and wasn't, you know, too crazy about Keizan. Keizan supposedly brought a lot of esoteric beliefs in there and kind of watered down, you know, Dogen's teachings. That's what some felt. So I was kind of like not a big Keizan fan, but you know, my opinion of Keizan began to change a few years ago when there was some excellent writing about Keizan, and I realized something. Dogen, brilliant, genius, and we would not have these teachings perhaps if it had been left to Dogen, for the simple reason that Dogen, brilliant, genius, may not have been the best communicator and message giver to the world. Keizan knew how to spread these teachings and popularize them a little and spread the message, yet in his way was, as Soto and Dogen faithful as can be. He didn't really water down the teachings. He kind of opened them up and made them more attractive. Yes, he brought in a few things that the people liked, a few more ceremonies for good luck and good fortune, that kind of thing. He was more of a popularizer, yes. But if he hadn't done that, we might not be here today. And that's also the reason, if you come to Japan, there's about, I think, 15 Keizan lineage temples to every Dogen lineage temple. Because Dogen's lineage stayed small, and Keizan knew how to, he knew how to work things, work the world a little bit. And not in a bad way. Keizan spread a good message. So we celebrate Keizan too. And then we go all the way up to my grandfather, Zuegaku Rempo, who was the abbot of Dogen's temple, Eiheiji. And he was also, I like to say, the Pope of Sotoshu. He was the top monk, the head monk of the whole organization. He was a big shot, which is very surprising why he ordained Nishijima, because Nishijima was kind of against all that. And I talked to Nishijima once and I said, how did Zuegaku Rempo, who was Mr. Establishment, ordain you, who is Mr. Radical Rebel? And Nishijima basically said to me, oh, Niwa Roshi, no, Niwa Zenji. Zenji is a special title you get when you're the head of one of the head temples. So it's a big thing, a Zenji. He's not a Roshi, he's a Zenji. Niwa Zenji knew that if you don't put fresh blood and kick us in the butt a little bit, the whole thing's going to just turn to dust. You need the rebels, you need the radicals, you need the reformers. You need the people like my teacher, who, very similar actually to Keizan, was trying to bring this message out into the world to you. My teacher, who wasn't crazy about Keizan, was a Keizan. Trying to popularize this in a good way and be faithful to Dogen in a good way, but make it approachable to the world. Niwa knew that, Mr. Establishment. So he ordained and gave Dharma transmission to the rebel. And there we are. That's why we have Gudo Wafu, honored one. And there are countless honored ones who are not officially in the lineage, but they're teachers to us. There are teachers everywhere. So we also have, and to all other honored ones throughout history, all of them who are unnamed. As you know, the lineage that supposedly goes back to the Buddha, let's be honest, gets a little fuzzy after 1,000 years. But hey, what doesn't get fuzzy after 1,000 years? You know what I mean? I'm almost 1,000 years old and I'm starting to get fuzzy, if you get my point, right? Now, you know your dad, I hope, or maybe some of you actually, I shouldn't say that, some of you do not, but you know, hopefully, your family, unless you were adopted or something, and then you probably know your grandfather, but your great-grandfather, getting fuzzy there. Going back, even if you searched your roots, but you came from somewhere, and a lot of people contributed to all that DNA that's in you. So we're all the product of lineage and family. So it's true that after you get back about 1,000 years, our lineage gets to be a little, let's be honest about it, cut and paste a little bit. They took this guy and this guy here, and they lived about 100 years apart, but okay, let's put them together and we'll make a line back to Shakyamuni. First, people went, oh, is it fake? No, it represents somebody and some bodies who kept this flame burning generation to generation from India through China to Japan to you. So it's real. And Zen developed later. It developed more in China. Buddhism developed. But these were real people who developed it and kept it going. Your real family is the same, led to you. So I like to say, well, okay, we only have a good idea who these people were really historically for about 1,000 years. I think that's good enough. Come on, 1,000 years. Okay, we're pretty sure who the people were. And when you go back, as you get closer and closer, it becomes more and more definite. All right? So not too bad, even if it gets a little fuzzy. And then originally, we didn't have this. We used to think we were very woke because we said male and female honored ones. We're recognizing, hey, it's not the boys' club. You notice it's all boys in our traditional lineage, right? And then somebody in about 1970s said, hey, that's only half the population. And don't you think there were some Zen women? And the Zen men kind of went and said, yeah, actually, let's look into that. And there were all these Buddhist women. We have a couple here with us today. Hi, Shonen. And we have to recognize them too. So we said male and female honored ones. And then we thought, okay, we've done our duty. We've recognized them. We're done. And then a few years ago, somebody said, it's more than just male and female. And we realized that's true too. And something that wasn't talked about particularly for the thousands of years, but I assure you there were LGBTQ people going all back. We just didn't talk about it because we're Buddhists. We kind of stay away from that whole sex thing. Somehow it ended up completely a boys' club, but we don't talk about sex. Let's think about that. Oh, no, we're completely open-minded. Everybody's exactly the same, but it's all boys going all the way back. But anyway, now to recognize that it's more, our Sangha, I think we invented this. And I tried to get other people to copy it. I don't know if anybody has, but we now say same yet diverse honored ones. Covers everybody. And I hope that holds for a few centuries. Okay? Everybody is same yet diverse, and we honor them all, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid, because that's exactly what happened. Who knows who these people are? Who knows all the people who have contributed? Yet let us honor them all, even if we don't know their name, even if we don't say their name. We dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We reflected on this during Jukai. Buddha is both the Buddha, the man in India, but also the big everything. Dharma is everything, and also the Buddhist teachings about everything. And Sangha is the community of all of us who are studying what the Buddha taught. And it's all connected, it's all one thing. The three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We honor that. And then I put in here, you're going to see, and we're going to look at the traditional words in Japan. We could do that right now. Let's look at the traditional words. It's at the end here. These teachings came from, again, traditional India, traditional China, traditional Japan. And people think Zodo Zen, very modern, down to earth. No, it's very traditional. And I'm, again, kind of a modernizer. I'm also Keizan in my way. I'm trying to do something. I'm on the reverse Keizan. Keizan tried to popularize things by being very magical. And I'm kind of like trying to popularize things by kind of cooling down some of the, shall we say, woohoo a little bit. All right? So it mentions here, we're going to dedicate this to a bunch of beings. And I went, well, I don't know about these beings. So let's look at what the traditional Soto Shu says here. It's at the end. Having chanted the Heart of the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, we reverently offer the merit generated thereby to our great benefactor and founder of the doctrine, the original teacher, Shakyamuni Buddha. Check. That's what we do. Or whatever other figure is currently venerated at your place of practice. Not sure why that is. It may be some temples actually have someone on the altar like Kinhin or something other than Buddha. I'm not sure. To the eminent ancestor Dogen, check, we do that. To Kazon, check. To the successive generations of Buddhas and ancestors who transmitted the flame, check. We're all in the same place. To the founding abbot of the monastery, well, Kazon, Niwa Roshi would be our founding abbot, technically. To the guest teacher, I guess we don't know who that is. To the eternal three treasures, that's the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, check. We're all on the same page. In the 10 directions, that means everywhere, check. That we may repay their compassionate blessings. Now here's the part where I said, I'm going to change this a little. We further offer it to all the Dharma protecting devas, to the Dharma protecting saints, to the earth spirit of this place, and to the monastery protecting spirits. Okay, first off, I'm a hypocrite. I've told this story before, because the great modernizer behind my house, like all my neighbors here, I have a little shrine to the earth deity. And once a year, my wife and I, on New Year's Day, all the kids, we go out, we do a whole thing around the neighborhood. We go to all the sacred sites. We got little temples and little Kinhin statues and little Jizo. We go all around here. There's a temple next door. We visit. And we go to the earth deity back there and we give a little bow. Why? We got earthquakes here, man. I'm not taking any chances. Okay? Couldn't hurt. We had a huge earthquake. You might have heard the one with Fukushima and all that. My roof fell off my house. My house was shaking like a boat in a storm for months. We were shaking. You wouldn't believe it. This room too, man. Some of this stuff was falling over. And my house did not fall down, which is a testament to both traditional Japanese architecture is as good as they say it is. Wow, 1,000 years ago, man, they knew how to build things that survive earthquakes. The only time they don't survive earthquakes is if you had the tsunami, the water came and took the houses. That nothing will stop. Or if you have termites. So you make sure you don't have termites. But if you got a place without termites, these old buildings, they get through earthquakes. So anyway, that's one reason. The other reason is the earth deity. Okay, I'm a hypocrite. But I said, we're gonna, the temple protecting devas and spirits. So I just kind of muddle through, okay, bow to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. Okay, covers everything. You interpret that as you wish. Now, the rest came from my mentor, Mitch Cantor, who was in the White Plum, but also was in the, what is Bernie Glassman's group, the Zen Peacemakers. I believe some of this comes from the Zen Peacemakers, and it's just what we need in this world and is beautiful and speaks for itself. Who do we dedicate this merit to? We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. It's a lot of folks who are sick. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. That means may they see to the wholeness, to the something beyond their present sickness, their present suffering bodies. May they see the light through the ignorance, the light that's shining through their present dark moment, something like that. And then this is the part I think that's from Bernie Glassman. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events. I think the original said, I changed it again, to war and terrorism. All victims of war, violence, or war and terror. I added something. Maybe I added the reference to natural events because you do have earthquakes and you do have floods around the world. And we dedicate our hopes and aspirations. May they know peace. May they not suffer. May they somehow be safe. Victims of war. There's a few in the news. Violence doesn't stop. Natural events. By the way, time for my plug. Do read my book, Building the Future Buddha. We'll get right to that war, violence, and I can't do so much about the natural events, but at least there's a few things, suggestions in there about war and violence. Okay, that was our commercial break. Now back to our regular programming. To the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies. To the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples. To the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders. I know a few who could use a little more of that. Yeah. To the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Well, you know, this is a pretty good list, because if we did attain just those things, what a nice world this would be. We might still have earthquakes, but think of all the little problems in this world if people were living in harmony with a little more compassion and generosity and a little less hate. I think it's a very good dedication. And then the next part says, thus let the harmful effects, this is, we're kind of atoning for our karma here too, our bad karma, our bad actions. Thus let the harmful effects of our words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled. Whoever wrote this had a way with words here. You know, better than saying, hey, all the bad stuff you did, let it take a hike, you know. Let it be dispelled. All our bad actions. And may compassion bloom in perpetual spring. Lovely. May we all realize and live. Notice it's two things. You got to realize it. You got to be aware of it. And then you have to realize it, make it real. You have to live it, not just theoretically. May we realize and live the enlightened way together. And then we close with all Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas. People say, are those separate things? Actually, not really. I looked into, the Bodhisattvas are the Mahasattvas, but some other people say they're kind of a little different. It just means the Bodhisattvas, the ones, the wise ones, who are great beings. The wise beings, great beings. Now, are the wise beings the great beings? Some people say yes, it's one word. The wise beings who are the great beings. And others say it's the wise bodhisattvas and other great beings. I like to go with the first time. The wise being bodhisattvas are the great beings. So it's one thing, the bodhisattva mahasattvas. Say it 3 times fast. Bodhisattvas mahasattvas, bodhisattvas mahasattvas, bodhisattvas mahasattvas. Okay. Maha, great. Prajna, wisdom. It's our Love Me Tender break, if you hear. Can you hear that at home? Could you hear that? Yeah. Maha Prajna Paramita, the perfection, the great perfection of wisdom. Okay, let's just check in real quickly and see how the Sotoshu ends there. I think we're basically in harmony. Theirs is a lot shorter. What we pray for is peace in the land, harmony among nations. Okay, check. That's what we're from. Next one said, prosperity and longevity for donors throughout the 10 directions. Well, of course, you know, I'm happy. Our donors, yes, let the merit go to our donors. I'm just not so in your face about it. But I'm not running a big, you know, monastery where I need, you know, donors, you know, hey, you write me a check, I'll send you a little merit, you know. I'm not going to be so in your face. But of course, all the merit here is to our donors too. Now at Tree Leaf, we don't require any donations. I want to emphasize that. We don't go chasing after anyone. If someone wants to give a donation, we're lovely and we welcome it. But we send the merit of this to our donors and our non-donors too. How's that? May the merit of these practices go to all our non-donors. And if you donate today, you get a free tote bag. I'm just kidding. We don't have a tote bag. I think we have a t-shirt actually. You can download. If you donate to us, you get a, isn't that right? You don't get a t-shirt, but you get the pattern. You can put on your tree leaf t-shirt. Okay? But even our non-donors, if you're a non-donor, you may have a t-shirt. Go ahead. Okay. Anyway, prosperity and longevity for donors, everybody in the 10 directions. Tranquility within the monastery. No comment on that this week. A little inside joke between me and you. No, that's tranquility within the monastery and ample sustenance for the community. Yes, yes. But we're a bring your own lunch Zendo. We don't serve meals. You got to bring your own to our tree leaf place. But ample sustenance for the community. May all sentient beings throughout the Dharma realm, the Dharma realm is the world, equally perfect omniscience. I got to tell you something. I don't get this thing with the omniscience at the end. And I did check it as much as I wish to. I'm going to look at, I got to see where did they get omniscience here? You would think enlightenment, may all the Dharma realm equally perfect enlightenment, but that's not omniscience. We've got a little mystery here. I will check and report back to you guys. What's this omniscience thing here? It sticks out like a sore thumb to me. You know what omniscience is? Like, I'm omniscient. I know all things. I don't know. Is that someone's bad translation of enlightenment, omniscience? And then sometimes they add, may this merit extend universally to all so that we together with all beings realize the Buddha way. Check, we're basically in harmony. So that is our echo. Does it echo with you? Ba-dum-bum. Does it echo in your hearts? I hope so. In any event, that's my talk. That's my talk. That's my talk. That's my talk. You have any questions, comments, complaints? Want to know about where to get your t-shirt? Anything at all? Wave your hand. Yes, up there in the upper square.
You said that there was about 15 Kazon temples per one Dogen. What is tree leaf?
We are very definitely a Dogen temple, because our grandfather was Niwa Zenji, who was the abbot of Eiheiji, and came from a long line, generations of Dogenites. But here's the thing. You look at our lineage chart, and we're all related to Kazon. You see, Kazon is our ancestor too. It's split off, we started branching off after Kazon. So basically, as far as I know, I think everybody in modern Soto Zen is a descendant of Kazon. And Kazon's next generation, that's when it started to split off. After Kazon's next generation, some went over there and over here. But for our monastery, basically we're connected to Eiheiji. And there's a big thing in Japan, if you know, there was a kind of political rivalry for centuries between Eiheiji, Dogen's temple, and Sojiji, which is basically Kazon's temple, about who was, in charge of things. And this went on for centuries. Sometimes the emperor had to stand in, or the shogun had to step in and kind of settle things between the two. Hey, guys, I hope I don't shock you. It's religion, baby. People are going to say, my church is in charge. No, your church is in charge. Okay. They didn't, there was no violence involved. And let me say that sometimes they just show at each other with a little attitude, and the stink eye, a stink eye gasho, like that. But they worked it out. They've worked it out these days. It's all settled for the last 150 years. They shared. Literally, I told you, my grandfather was the Pope of Sotoshu. How they worked it out is they take turns. One time you got the Eiheiji guy who's the Pope, and then you get the Sojiji guy who's the Pope, and then the next one's the Eiheiji guy who's the Pope. They'd still have some differences. The way we close our kessa, for example, is the Eiheiji way. And if you ever see the priest with the strings hanging out, that's like a gang sign. Sojiji, man. We're the Sojiji. Right? And you don't come in our neighborhood. You know what I mean? Okay. So something like that. So there were still small differences. And even if you look at some, I was looking the other day and they said, what is it? You do this at Sojiji, but if you do it the other way at Eiheiji. So the monks, when they travel to Eiheiji, I was there once, I did a session at Sojiji, and there were some Eiheiji monks who showed up. And the Sojiji monks love to say, hey, you guys, your kessa is tied wrong. Here, you're in our neighborhood, you tie our kessa our way. And they kind of took their kessa and they say, here, this is how we tie our kessa around here. None of that Sojiji kessa. No, I was at Sojiji. Wait a second, I forgot. I was at Sojiji and they said, none of that Eiheiji kessa around this place. Like that. So they still have these little kind of teasing each other. But anyway, that's, did I answer your question? Anything else? Yeah, Chica.
Thanks for the talk, Jindo. I have a random question, and maybe you can answer it. I'm not sure, but is there any difference between like a Hindu understanding of karma versus like a Buddhist or even merit for that matter?
Boy, I like to say whenever someone asks a question, well, I'm not a Hindu, so anything I say is going to be a little, and this is not a very scholarly answer. There are a couple of differences. The Buddha tended to emphasize, first off, Daimon, wait a second, are you very familiar with this issue? Daimon might actually be better to answer this than, okay. Well, the Buddha's big thing was volitional conduct. So for example, there's the Jains, which is another sect in India, very similar to Buddhism in some ways. They kind of sprouted out at the same time. Jains still exist in India, but they believe everything you do has karmic effects, and they try to do nothing. They literally think the best thing you could do is just lie still and stay in bed, and that is the most enlightened thing you can do. Because and the Buddha said, no, we're going to kill. For example, you don't do it intentionally, you don't do it volitionally, right? Now, the big difference between Hindu, some people say that Hindu karma came from Buddhism, actually. It's very interesting. The scholars are not sure of all this. Which came first? Did they sprout up at the same time? Who influenced who? My understanding is, of course, in Hinduism, you want to be with Brahma. And now I'm going to just bow out before I create bad karma by telling you something that's not true. A lot of people want karma to get good effects and benefits. That's very similar. There's the idea that if you do have good karma, you're going to be reborn in a good place. That's very similar. So I would say it's more the same than different. We disagree on the fine points. Sorry, there's every once in a while, there's something I don't know. I just hate to admit it. I'll look into it. I'll give you a better answer later.
Thank you, Jindo.
Anything else? Beyond, we dedicate this to your cold or whatever you have there. May you be at ease in all your ills. Got the sniffles there, buddy?
Way worse than that.
The flu or something?
I don't know what this is. I've been struggling with it for like the past 3 days or so.
Okay. These days we say the flu or something. Are you going to make it through? Because I can close up shop here.
Oh yeah, I've said it worse. It's fine.
Beyond's a trooper. Beyond always is. Anything else here, guys? Okay, well, the next thing we have is we're going to do our incredibly short Zazen to remind you that Zazen is never a matter of long or short, and you can do it right where you are, followed by, yes, I have found an echo dance. An echo dance, this one. It's basically another hokey pokey variation, but it's the echo dance. The only thing I want to warn you, the management here cannot take responsibility. I looked at some of the moves that they're telling you to do here, something about like touch your knee to your ear. I don't know what they're telling you. Don't hurt yourself. We are not responsible. Okay? Don't really. Take it easy. All right. Let us close the sutras, Beyond. You'll hear some of chants we were talking about here too.
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
Okay, very good. All right, we're going to sit Zazen, just where you are. Thank you. If you remember that one moment is all moments. I just heard this. I got to tell you something. I heard Roger Penrose yesterday, great physicist. Tricycle is going to publish my article actually about science and quantum and Buddhism. But I heard something, and I said, we Buddhists, we shouldn't talk about that so much because we're not physicists. But yeah, I heard Roger Penrose say something really cool yesterday. I got to just share it with you guys before we move on. Okay. So according to his theory, which is actually, a lot of people are coming to think is a better theory than the Big Bang. Big Bang may be wrong. Little asterisk there. The universe came from pure energy photons, which have no mass, thus no time, no big and small, no spatial dimensions. Really, everything is the smallest thing, is immeasurable, is just photon, right? You can't say it's big, you can't say it's small, you can't say where it is, it's just this. And then we're in between now, the photons became all this stuff. And then eventually it's all got to go back to be photons again, where the universe has spread out, right? Everything's spreading out, expanding, and is going to go back to being photons. But here's the big thing, or not the big thing, because it's not the big thing or the small thing. When it becomes photons again, you think it has spread out and become now huge and vast. But when it's photons, it's again not vast or tiny. It's everywhere and nowhere in particular. It's gone back. Did I blow your mind? All right, let's dance.
Touch your to the beat. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Touch your head and touch your toes. Touch your head and touch your toes. Touch your knees with your elbows. Touch your knees with your elbows. Clap your hands and tap your feet. Clap your hands and tap your feet. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Stretch them like a rubber band. Stretch them like a rubber band. Jump, jump, jump up high. Jump, jump, jump up high. Way up to the sky. Way up to the sky. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Stretch them like a rubber band. Stretch them like a rubber band. Jump, jump, jump up high. Jump, jump, jump up high. Way up to the sky. Way up to the sky. Echo, echo, echo. What I say. What I say. Come on, let's play. Touch your head and touch your toe. Touch your head and touch your toe. Touch your knees with your elbows. Touch your knees with your elbows. Clap your hands and tap your feet. Clap your hands and tap your feet. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Touch your head and touch your toe. Touch your head and touch your toe. Touch your knees with your elbows. Touch your knees with your elbows. Clap your hands and tap your feet. Clap your hands and tap your feet. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Lift your legs, march to the beat. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Stretch them like a rubber band. Stretch them like a rubber band. Jump, jump, jump up high. Jump, jump, jump up high. Way up to the sky. Way up to the sky. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Roll, roll, roll your hands. Stretch them like a rubber band. Stretch them like a rubber band. Jump, jump, jump up high. Jump, jump, jump up high. Way up to the sky. Way up to the sky. Way up to the sky.
Wow. The echo song. Didn't get, well, what was the echo part? The guy just said that.
Echo what I say, I think.
Echo, whatever it is. Okay. Zazen. Oh, I'm sorry. I bumped the Buddha. We will have a long Kinhin. We will recite the metta verses. Have a seat, or if you wish, you can stand for it. Some people do. Did you wait for a tea refill here? Oh. Thank you. Okay, I don't know why this came into my heart, but I think it's a couple of stories I've heard recently. But I would like to focus our metta recitals today on children specifically. Of course, we're going to begin with ourselves. So we were children, we still are, our inner child and all that. So it's no problem there. But let's then focus on the children in our family, our friends' children, children we basically barely know, passing. Maybe some children who are going to grow up and be trouble in the future. They could use our good wishes right now that they don't become that way. And then we'll chant for children everywhere. Shall we do that? Good with you, John?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Let's begin with ourselves, big children that we are. May I be free of suffering. Really feel this. May I feel safe and still. This is really sending out those hopes and aspirations to the world and to ourselves. May I be free of enmity. Enmity means hate. May I be loving, grateful, and kind. May I be healthy and at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? So maybe a child in your family somewhere, maybe a child who is going through a little hardship somehow and could use a little of our hopes and aspirations. Let me think. Anyone? Well, unfortunately, all the kids in my family seem to be doing okay. Let me think. Okay, I got somebody. May she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity as she grows up. May she be loving, grateful, and kind. May she be healthy all her long life, and at ease in all her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? And maybe a friend's kids or grandkids. Anyone come to mind? Okay. I'll say they, there's two of them. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace. They could use a little of that right now. Embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now, maybe a child you don't know just saw on the street or on the internet or may they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. I'm just going to say I'm chanting for some kids in war zones right now, and I really hope that I'm going to just underline that. May they, when this is done, somehow stay free of enmity. May they somehow stay loving, grateful, and kind. May they remain healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, even somehow amidst war, embracing all conditions of life. Though I somehow doubt that's very easy right now. Okay, now we're going to chant for children who may grow up to become people who act badly. Maybe if we can, maybe it's not too late. So we chant for these children not to go in a bad direction, right? May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity when they grow up. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay. Next is for all children, or the equivalent of our non-human friends. Let's include them. All young ones everywhere. All sentient beings. Okay. Including ourselves. May we all be free of suffering. May we be safe and still. May we all be free of enmity. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. May we be healthy, and because we're sometimes not, at ease in all our ills. May we, all of us, be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. And that is certainly sending out our hopes and aspirations, yes? Okay, we're going to have our cherry on the top Zazen right now, right? We've done the ice cream and the chocolate sauce and the whipped cream. Now we come to the cherry on the top of this Zazenkai Sunday. Just sit where you are. We'll sit for a few minutes. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. And I got to tell you, I was off in Zazen. I went someplace lovely, and I looked at the clock, and we got about a minute. I'm sorry, I'm running late. My fault. But it was really good. I went deep somewhere. Okay. Do you take this table over? Thank you, thank you. Just move it over.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Turn Uncle to you. All right, everyone. My hopes and aspirations are that all of you know peace, and this week that you all, I guess, obtain omniscience. I'm going to get to the bottom of that, but may you all attain omniscience. Omniscience. All right, guys. Peace and love to everybody. See you guys later. Remember, it's all photons. Bye-bye.